Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 16 allies. We're going up against 19 enemies. And we are off with Alex in first place. Nursing Geek takes over. That is dropped back to third. Alex is in first again. No, really? I guess the... Why am I sticking around so far? Oh, come on. Really? The AI is that dumb? Why am I not sticking with those that are close to the battle? Oh, I did not realize the AI was that dumb. But, you know, we win. I got 2 assists. Okay. Not as much as I think I should have been able to get if the AI had been a little smarter, but I'll take those. We win. Dagdor Tigris is in first place. 10 kills. Nursing Geek is in second place with 5 kills, and Mono Bear is in third, 4 kills. We have gold. Do we have a Dr. Derp? How about a blue or Swede? The gold is up for grabs. We've got Musketeer. We have monks. We have no one currently claiming them. So, Nursing Geek get gold. Mono Bear gets monked. And Talod gets musketeers. And we move on to the boss battle. Yeah. Where I will try to get more buffing done. Which means more Saint. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Well, I'll try it anyway. I think these guys, Saint offer protections. Saint protects and her most charm effect. So hopefully this might work. Hey, Talon! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? How was your stream? How is your day coming along? Alrighty, so it is 8 a.m. I need to check in on the shop. Where, wrong button. Anything not level 30 is getting purchased. I'm above 20k. I gotta refresh. There we go. Day's going well. Stream went well. I am glad to hear that. Alrighty, half an hour to see how that's going to turn out. Now to check in on the shop on the viewer side, where anything not level 1 is getting purchased, and 3 refresh for this one. All right, well, that was that. And time to get to the day job. All right, well, have yourself a good day. And good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to Tuesday. Second day of the work week for those of us who work under that schedule. I hope your week is going well. You still are energized. It's early. You should still be energized from the weekend. That you are looking forward to the week. That you had a good. That yesterday things went well, and nothing to say about me. My life is boring, just as I like it. All right. So this morning it is read and corrects. For those who are not familiar with this, these are when I read chapters from my books and correct them as I go. I also record them. So while that is happening, I ignore the chat. Anything said, any comments, anything will be dealt with once I'm done recording. And if a chapter goes long, it could, the Stream Raider battle will be delayed until that is done. And to ensure things run a little smoothly, I am going to start now. Avoid delays by confirming the microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 46 of The World Which Is. Over the next train, I learned I need to get at least one other item, a razor, as my beard starts coming in and it isn't pretty. Once Brandon stops laughing after he notices the patchiness, he tells me it's not that uncommon at my age. Using soap and a sharp knife, he shaves it off, and it takes nearly a week before it's noticeable again, just as patchy. The traveling goes surprisingly well. Up with the sun, Silver buffs us after breakfast, then we walk until noon, eat, get buffed again, and we walk again. Even when it rained, it never hit the I'm miserable stage of being soaked. Throughout the days, Brandon points to the sky and asks me to predict the weather. I screw it up, of course, and he explains how to go about taking in the shape and grayness of the clouds, the sound of the insects, the feel of the air, and a lot of other things that don't always make sense, and use that to work out what the weather will be like later in the day. He sucks as a teacher, but at least there's no way under the system he can make me not learn. Worse, not learn, okay. Worse that happens is I don't benefit from a teacher's bonus to my learning. He did the same when we encountered animal. He did the same when we encountered animal. At least once a day, he had me pick up a trail to track. The days are leisurely, and even Ellen stops grumbling about it after a while and just enjoys the quiet of the wilderness. They aren't all without events. One lesson in following a trail led to a boar. We were close by the time we saw it. By the time we were close enough. By the time we saw it, it had okay. We were close enough by the time we saw it that it had noticed us and charged. We couldn't get it to give up the chase, so Brandon stunned it with a blow to skull, and we moved on. When I pointed out that he'd said animals would leave us alone if we didn't disturb them, his reply was that not every animal was the same. Then grinned and added, "It's what makes this fun." We made camp well before the sun reached the horizon, and once we were set up, spent time training. My archery, swordplay, blocking, and dodging all got good workout, and Brandon insisted I train hand-to-hand with him. I'm surprised at how few bruises I got out of those sparring matches. Then we ate, trained some more, and as the sun vanished, me and him read while Ellen and Silver trained some more. Trained some more again. I don't need the again. Train some more. Magic training involves a lot of talking about it, from what I gathered. The only incident relating to me being hunted, and really it's not much of one, was around London. I probably need to rework this paragraph. It was around London. It's about half the size of Toronto, Ellen explained, and the only actual settlement between it and Detroit after the Nation of the People. We had to cross the road again, and we missed a group on horseback. They yelled after us as we rushed the other side. They yelled after us as we rushed to the other side. I heard them trashing through the trees a bit, but they never caught up to us. Maybe it's not really much of one. Okay, the only and It might not even be related. Da, 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 da. The only incident relating to me being wanted, and it might not even be related, Breton said it could have been a patrol taking us for brigands, was in around London. It's about half the size of Toronto, Ellen explained, and the only actual settlement between it and Detroit after the Nation of the People. We had to cross the road again, and we missed a group on horseback. They yelled after us as we rushed to the other side. I heard them trashing through the trees for a bit, but they never caught up to us. We explored a few more abandoned buildings, but unlike Brandon's eternal enthusiasm with them, after a while they all felt the same to me and had nothing of interest. I don't think it's going to rain anymore, I tell Brandon, looking at the sky filled with wisps of cloud ahead of us and the dark ones behind us. I'm pretty much just playing the odds here. I still can't get anything out of what's up there and around us that clues me in, but he nods. Let's look for something elevated to make camp. Hell, will that desiccate spell work on the ground like it does to dry us off? Otherwise, we're going to want to make beds so we aren't sleeping on soggy grass, and those are less comfortable than the ground. It'll work. She replies, Isn't it early to stop? Silver asks. If Ellen can just dry the ground for us. I want Dennis to hunt us dinner, he replies, but as we continue. Shouldn't you do it? I ask. You're more skilled at tracking, which is why you need the practice. And if you don't catch anything, we have that jerky you've offered. If you're sure, he grins. Don't worry about it. You know what you're doing, and you don't have to worry about us going hungry. This is the best time to do it. If you say so. I kind of wish I could think of a better way to make it clear that it's Dennis thinking this, but yeah. Under an hour later of under an hour of walking through a hilly forest, Brendan is satisfied with the location. With words that just don't want to register as such, along with motions and a sprinkle of salt, the water on the ground vanishes, leaving dry earth and a few wilted leaves and slightly yellowed grass. The spell doesn't adjust to what has more or less water in them. With my bedroll in place, the fire going, and Brandon waving at me, I set forth on my first ever hunting expedition. Alone, barely knowing what I'm doing. I guess there's no better way to learn. I pulled the arrow out of yet another tree. At least I saw where this one hit. I must have lost a good train of them at this point to the underbrush. Good train of them to the underbrush at this point. Or in a bolting deer, or to them breaking. That's the thing Brandon might have forgotten to tell me. Hitting an animal isn't enough. If I don't down it in one hit, I have to be able to track its trail as it runs off. That's a lot easier said than done. It takes a lot less than I expected to lose a blood trail. At least, this is good training for my archery and tracking, if not my nerves. Even after these days of peaceful traveling, now that I'm alone, I can't help remember my first time in a forest, that warg, and how lucky I was to survive it. If I come across a bear, like in that house, it's quest over for me. I settle my nerve a little by breathing and focusing on moving without sounds. When I make out a bundle of fur no larger than my head, I pull on the string, aiming, and the damn thing takes off at the creaking of my bow. I resist the urge to chase. That's a waste of time. I resist the urge to chase. That's a waste of time. And look at the shadows. I'm guessing another hour of full daylight. Half of that in an attempt at killing something. Then I head back. I spot the trail not long after, and follow it until I see the deer. It's on the smaller side, so better odds of me killing it with one shot. I take position, gently pull the string as I aim, take my time. I have all the time in the world. Well, not really, but what's that? The distraction as the whatever that dark thing is as the whatever that dark thing is pulls my attention, causes my finger to loosen and the arrows off. Miss Holy cow. Missing completely. This is what happens, the difference between in my head and on the page. Things don't always work out, especially punctuation. The distraction as the whatever that dark thing is pulls my attention, causes my finger to loosen, and the arrow's off, missing the deer completely. Unless I'm mistaken, that thing I noticed through the trees. It doesn't roar or scream or even move, so I figure I don't need to run in the opposite direction. I'm cautious in my advance until I realize it isn't something but a hole in the side of a hill. I approach it and see my arrow a few paces inside, well within the light streaming in. I listen for the sound of an animal, since I've seen enough movies where they use caves like this as dens, and when I don't hear anything, I step forward. Congratulations, you have found a dungeon. You have found Dungeon of Muncie. This dungeon has not been explored. That's going to be has not been explored. Experience and reward bonus will be bonuses will be assigned upon exit based on percentage of completion. Do you wish to enter? If I'm going to fix a name, I need to fix it across the board. Do you wish to enter Dungeon of Muncie? And the reason I changed it is Muncie's dungeon makes it sound like it's a person's dungeon, when the dungeon is named after the geographical location it's in. Do you wish to enter Dungeon of Muncie? Yes. No. My first dungeon. Yeah, I back up, pulling my head away. Don't be an idiot, Dennis. This is a dungeon, not a game room. Since it hasn't been explored, I can't even query the system for rating info on it. That's not a place to wander in alone. I pull up the team window. Thing is, I don't have to be alone, and I'm pretty sure there's at least one of them. There's at least one person who won't say no. I bring up the team's chat. Dennis. Hey, team. I just found a dungeon that's never been explored before. Who wants to go on an adventure? And this concludes chapter 46 of The World Which Is. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story, it is up on Royal Road for free. If you want to support me and read ahead of that, we are about 10 chapters ahead on my Patreon. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. All right, so that is that. Let's do this. All right, that is done. I've compiled it. Video, I need to rename. Video. Let's do this right now before I forget, since I have the time. I'm gonna leave this like that, deal with it on. I need to bring that up because I do not remember the posting date on this. Seventh, 14th. Okay. Is that done actually? No, it is not. Let's bring this back up. Pause. I should do this. All right. they fixed? Right, I do not have the ability to center this. Oh well. Now this is done. That ain't right. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 27 allies. We're going up against 15 enemies. And we are off with Mono Bear in the lead. Shibra's in second. Nevo takes over that. Chandroid takes over second place. Nevo is in third. I have 3 assists. How many do I need? 5, I think I've got them. Mono Bear's in first place. Chan is still in second. Nevo is in third. Mono, Nevo have killed Epics. And we are heading for the last one. Hopefully we're not going to deal with too many betrayals. And there we go. We're done. We've won. And there we go. That's done. Mono Bear is in first place with 16 kill, 1 assist. Chandroid is in second place with 4 assists, and Navo is in third, 1 kill, 2 assists. We have Centurions, we have Shinobis, we have no one currently interested in them. Mono Bear gets the Centurion, Talod gets the Shinobis. And we get to skip that and move on to the next map, where we will have skin, gold, and the boss. Nothing tricking us. So we start with a hard battle. And I need to go chicken on the quest, and all I really have to do is place stuff. So that means I can go on my singles. That means all that's ready. That means all the way down here. And we start this with my Lancer. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. All right, and I will get started on the next chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch, and if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 105 of Breaking Step. Tibbs slipped past the stunned clerk, fumbled. Tibbs slipped past the stunned clerk's fumbled attempt to catch him, then suffused himself with darkness, adding that to his sheath, and sped for the exit. He needed to be out before they thought to sound the alarm. He didn't know what measures they had in place, but he expected remaining hidden from notice wouldn't be possible. Stop him! A man yelled in the distance behind him, not long after Tibbs had turned a corner. The man's feet were wrapped in earth essence, a way to avoid slipping as he made the turn like Tibbs had done. The clerk in the corridor looked in the man's direction, then searched around. Stop who? Someone asked. Just block the corridor! Ahead, essence formed into an etching that stretched from one side to the other. Tibbs smiled. The essence was metal. The adventurer was well into Delta, but his expression was more bored and curious than attentive. His smile faltered once he realized he didn't have metal within his bracer's reserve. He'd have to hope his sheath would be enough to hide him while he did this. He channeled metal and slipped it within the etching, then grabbed the other man's essence with both it and his will and pull. The adventurer staggered, hand to his head, as Tibbs ran past. He'd just gotten a reminder that strength didn't matter if he didn't apply himself to what he was doing. There's something there! Someone yelled, and Tibbs ducked under a badly aimed lance of an element he didn't know. He suffused himself with darkness again. He grinned at the sound of confusion which followed. Then he was in the air, his concentration broken along with the shoulder that had received the blow. He pushed through the pain, his landing first. He couldn't be slowed. Ice on the floor from where he'd land to the intersection. The essence tight in that way that made it even more slippery. He landed badly, and the added pain broke his concentration, but the ice was already in place. He breathed the pain away as he slid, and soon as he could manage one thought, he suffused himself with purity. I think he's there on the ice. He glimpsed golden eyes behind him as he got to his feet and ran, spreading the ice until it covered the floor and using it to give himself traction. And you know what? And using essence to give himself traction. With the intersection approaching, he attempted to orient himself to the exit, and in the unexpected confusion, he realized he'd dropped the medallion. He couldn't tell where it was now, but he was confident it had been to the left when he'd headed down this corridor. So that was how he turned. This corridor was long, hopefully long enough to reach the training area where the building's magic didn't make it the layout a maze. He shouldered Clerk out of his way as more orders to stop him came from the intersection. He was more interested in breaking the concentration than remaining fully hidden. Unknown essence formed before him, but with just enough familiarity, Tibbs threw himself to the side, laying down ice again before the void adventure appeared, already turned, and a fist connect. Okay. But with just enough familiarity, Tibbs threw himself to the side, laying down the ice before the void adventure appeared. But she was already turned, and her fist connected with Tibbs, causing him to lose his breath as he slid again. How was a question for later. No, actually, he already knew the answer to that one. Void adventurers could see things out of sequence. He was on his feet and running again. Actually, you know what? Let's break that. He was on his feet and running again, and now people were getting out of his way. The Sheth was coming undone. He didn't sense someone's will on it, so he simply had too much to focus on. That one mattered most, so he remade the essence form ahead of him again. Not this time. Tibbs made a block of ice where it was, then it shattered in time with a pained cry behind him. He still sensed the adventurer, so that hadn't killed her, but she was lying on the ground. More people ahead, runners among clerks, adventurers, guards, and instructors. So he had to be getting close to, and he knew where the exit was. Stop! Someone ordered him. Tibbs, like fingers, you are ordered to stop. Right. He'd been interrupted from remaking the sheath. Essence formed ahead of him, a lot of it from a lot of people. This was going to be runners through etching at the guards. Easier than Tibbs expected. He ripped apart a stronger etching while the adventurer was distracted, batting. He ripped apart a stronger etching while the adventurer was distracted, batting attacks aside. They would get into so much trouble over helping him. Tibbs wished they would get into so much trouble over helping him. Tibbs wished they hadn't. But he also couldn't deny that without their help, escaping might have been impossible. He'd find a way to make it up to them once the chaos died down. An adventurer threw himself at Tibbs, moving faster than Tibbs thought should be possible. He jumped out of the way, then had air discs to bounce off as the men turned with a suddenness that should have wrenched bones apart. His silver eyes tickled at Tibbs's memory, but he had more important things to deal with. Another air disc and a jump higher put him out of the man's reach. Tibbs saw daylight as he landed. Close the door! Not if I can help it. He iced the floor into the guards, grabbing for the handle. They fell, but the door still moved to close. He added ice, made a wall of it to stop them, and the ice immediately cracked under the strain, and he sensed a weave unraveling it. Adding ice didn't help. He didn't think Earth would be any better. He needed something hard, but which could take the strain without needing anything added, because he couldn't even think of what Arcanus could be used at this point. The ice shattered, sending spikes in all directions, and he made a use of that. He formed metal spikes in the path and sent them into the stone floor with all his will. Who's helping him? Someone yelled. The metal spikes strained but bent slowly instead of shattering. He was going to. Essence gathered between the door. Ice so clear, the sense of what was being done was his only indication. He didn't bother attempting to rip it apart. Someone that skilled wouldn't let themselves be distracted. Instead, he suffused himself with corruption and threw that at the ice and the doors. The etching fought the corruption. It wasn't fast enough to be gone when Tibbs jumped through. Okay. The etching fought the corruption. His attack wasn't fast enough to be gone. His attack wasn't fast enough to remove all the ice. By the time Tibbs jumped through it. Oh, I see. To remove all the ice by the time Tibbs. Oh, the etching fought the corruption. His attack wasn't fast enough, strong enough to remove all the ice by the time Tibbs jumped through it, but instead of stopping him, it shattered into sharp blades, cutting his clothes to ribbon. Without water as his element, he wouldn't have survived to land and keep running. He was outside, and they were pursuing him. Calls for more guards would sound soon. Would come soon. He turned into an alley and suffused himself with darkness. This would make it harder for them to know where he was, and the alleys were as confusing as the magic protecting the interior of the guild building. They'd spend the day trying to find him among them, and failing. He used air discs to make it to the roofs, because he wouldn't be in the alleys. That took care of the normal guards. Unfortunately, adventurers had elements, and while he hadn't sensed one, someone might have darkness, and an element had an ease at locating the same element, even darkness. That was a problem he had no matter what element he channeled, so he let go of all of them. As far as he knew, he was the only person able to sense life essence. If someone caught a glimpse of him, he'd just be another of the town folks without an element, once he got a change of clothing, which he'd have to get on the way because Stowe needed his help. There had been no more cries for help, but Tibbs refused to entertain that he might be too late. Stowe was a dungeon, and the them might be able to take control away from him, but he couldn't be so powerful as to kill his friend outright. Tibbs cursed as he jumped down to grab a drying shirt, then was back on the roof. He wouldn't be able to do this alone, and he couldn't go to any of his friends for help. He couldn't go to anyone, because who else but a runner could deal with the danger Stowe had created, especially on the 4th floor, where on top of the golems the them would be set against him, he cast his sense about. There was one person he could ask and hope she'd agree. He didn't bother sensing for Serba. She was only one more barely noticeable wisp of essence among the town full of them. Her dogs, on the other hand, while their essence was as thin, their shape, the shape of it was different enough. He'd gotten used to noticing it. Now, he just had to run until one of them was within his sense and head in that direction. Tibbs had picked up an escort. He'd been both surprised and not when the first rogue ran on another roof parallel with him. No surprise and not. He'd been both surprised and not when the first rogue ran on another roof parallel with his. Of course, it would be rogues who think to check up here. and it would be runners since they knew of his predilection for them. Then there had been a second, and a third. Then it was all six of them running towards a far plaza where Tibbs sensed a large number of dogs. Now he was down to three as the roof gave way to the plaza. Two of them had dropped down, leading guards away. He motioned ahead and to the left, and another rogue dropped from the roof. Along with the dogs and people, Tibbs sensed metal, a lot of it, armors and weapons, worn, not on display. Of course, she'd be with other guards. That was her job. He motioned to the other rogue to the right, and he too vanished down. He motioned the last one to keep his distance before dropping to the ground and approaching the plaza in the shadows. The sounds were joyful. Someone grilled food. Someone else sang off key with too much gusto. The guards he saw were as relaxed as everyone else gathered. A celebration. Those had popped up unannounced in the last days as it became clear the sickness had broken. He could sense they all wore Stowe's ring. He hesitated, then reminded himself he didn't look like someone who'd escaped from the guild. He wished his hair was longer so he could tie it back and look even more different, but it would have been enough. It would have to be enough because there was a dog playing with a child, and there was another one. And where there was one, there would be others, and Serba would be close by. He stepped into the crowd and tried to look like he was one of them, out to enjoy himself. Once he'd saved Stowe and the guild was dead, he joined them for real. For all he knew, a power-hungry adventurer would see to the death of their leader as the time to take over. He'd have to make sure any who tried didn't succeed until the rest learned to leave it be. He found a pack of dogs dancing at the feet of more children who held pieces of meat in the air, but no Serba. No, she wouldn't be among the people. Her job was to protect them, but she didn't like people enough to be among them. He located the nearest alley and made her out in the shadows. Serba, he called as he approached. I need your help. No one even looked in his direction but her. She stared at him in disbelief. What do you need my help for? You have Jackie for that. You're the one I need. He raised a hand. And I don't have time to argue. Someone's life is in danger. Hesitation flashed in her eyes. Then you should. You, he snapped and breathed. You're the one who can help, Serba. If you don't, one of my friends is going to die. She gave him a sharp nod, then let out a series of whistles. Guards and adventurers are probably going to get in our way. Why? A dog nuzzled Tibbs's leg, and he looked at him plaintively. Sorry, he told it. No jerky right now. To Serba. I pissed off the guild. Is that going to be a problem? She laughed. Just tell me what to do. Jackie follows your lead, so will I. So I will too. He's the team leader, he replied, running off. Keep telling yourself that, she said, she and her dog keeping up with him. Another pair of guards fell under the dogs, and they kept going. The first time she'd sent her dogs against guards, Tib had been worried, but she'd reassured him they weren't trained to kill. Then Tib sensed what he knew would eventually happen. Someone with metal as their element, with their essence denser than dawn, if only barely so, which meant this was an adventurer. That direction, he instructed Tibbs. It would take Serba away from the confrontation while keeping her heading towards Stowe. I'll catch up. She took the turn without question, and not long after that, the adventurer appeared. The disk of air Tibbs etched sent him in the air, shield and sword of ice forming as he fell toward the men. His falling attack was expertly deflected, and Tibbs was sent to crash uncontrollably to the ground. Except he kept control. As soon as he touched the earth, it moved to turn him, and once his feet were under him, he propelled himself at the adventurer. An air disc had Tibbs in the air, and his ice shield and sword. Wait. His failing attack was his falling attack was he sent to crash on Crowley, except he didn't. As soon as he touched. Ice and shield at the ready. The adventure watch, with none of the surprise Tibbs's use of another element had caused today. This one might not know who he was or what he shouldn't be able to do. The man moved quickly and smoothly, deflecting Tibbs's descent so he'd crash into the ground again instead of him. The surprise was fleeting, more at how easily Tibbs had regained his footing than the use of so many essence he expected. Word had to have spread of everything he'd done at the guild. Okay, that's whoa. Did I write two scenes and just forgot from one chapter to the other? Because I've already established that there's no surprise on him. So did the adventure watch. We're not surprised. This one might not know who you are. Okay. The men blocked and struck back. Tibbs used essence to assist his parry. Then he planted his punch backed by earth, and the man staggered. Mez often said he relied too much on essence to help his fighting, but Tibbs felt the same as Jackal. Winning was more important than doing it the right way. He nudged the swing to ensure he ducked under, then another nudge so the man couldn't properly parry his attack, and the blunted top of Tibbs's sword hit the man in the face, breaking his nose and making him reel back. Not looking to kill you, Tibbs said as the man looked at the blood on his hand. Just walk away. I don't let murderers live. Tibbs smiled. He'd done it. The guild was done for. The adventurer came at Tibbs fast, doing something with his essence Tibbs didn't understand as he struggled to keep the far too fast attack from cutting him. He couldn't sense the edge of the sword. He could sense the edge of the sword was sharp enough it would cut any normal material. It wouldn't hurt him, but that was something he didn't want to reveal. Tibbs didn't know how metal could make someone faster, but he knew the solution. He disrupted the essence, and the man stumbled, his skin turned to metal as Tibbs brought the pommel down on him. So he added earth to the strength of the blow, and the man dropped. He didn't move, but he wasn't losing essence. Tibbs ran to rejoin Serba, who had made good time. You're not just a runner, are you? She asked as he fell into step. I am. Then where did you get whatever let you jump like that? The dungeon. The guild takes everything that comes out of there, so they only take what they know we find. We found ways to sneak things past them. Alien's gonna have a fit when he finds out. Are you going to tell him? He's not who I work for, she replied. But before Tibbs could ask what she meant, he saw the alley opening up and marking the end of the town proper. If the guards knew he was heading for the dungeon, they ran out with no one there. Why were there no guards? If someone had murdered his leader, Tibbs would make sure all the ways out were guarded. Tibbs, please tell me your friend just got into the worst fight of their lives among the stalls. Inside, Tibbs replied. No, of course, they wouldn't bother watching this side of the town. There was no way out here, only the dungeon. They'd be guarding the transportation platform as well as the roads and alleys opening onto the wilderness. I'm not a runner. It's okay. This doesn't need a runner. It's a dungeon, Tibbs. Only runners go in there. No. Anyone who goes in is called a runner. It's called a runner. But this isn't a run, it's a rescue. The guards watched them pass, perplexed instead of worried. One called after Serba, but she didn't reply. You can't go up there. One of the guards at the bottom of the stairs called as they ran instead of trying to stop them. At the top, the cleric stepped forward while the two guards looked on, bored. This might be out of order, since there would already be a team on each of the active floor, and it was only the two of them, not counting the dogs. But the cleric looked determined to do his duty and not let them pass until he had assured himself they were whole. Tibbs didn't know this one, even by sight, and he was well past Epsilon. Not that he was the first one strong enough. Tibbs didn't understand why they were on door duty. Tibbs hoped this worked because them slowing could give the guard... them being slowed could give the guards time to wonder why the dogs and the lack of a full team. Time, really? He channeled purity and locked eyes with the cleric. The men stepped back in surprise, and Tibbs felt his eyes on him as they ran past and into the dungeon. He breathed easier when the guards didn't follow. When Tibbs stopped by the doorway, Serba put a hand on the wall, panting hard. "How are you not out of breath?" "Essence," he replied, making a purity weave and applying it to her before opening the doorway. "I'll explain later." He motioned to the doorway. "We have someone to save first." The light was tinted orange of a later afternoon than it was outside. She looked at it, then at him fearfully. "Tibbs, I know I said all you had to do was tell me what to do, but that's..." He placed a hand on her arm, and she jerked. "Serba, I can't save him without your help. Please help me save him." She stared at him, then sighed and grumbled. "What is it about you that makes us do stupid stuff like this?" She stepped through the doorway. And this concludes chapter 105 of Breaking Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, as well as the other books in the series, they are up on Royal Road for free. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on my Patreon, we are about 20 chapters ahead. And if you're looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. What's the most favorite? What's the most favorite cultivation novel? None, none, and none. I don't really do favorites of anything. Nothing of what I've read in either genre are things I'm looking to reread. So, they were fun, they were instructional, but that is the extent of what they were. Oh, right, let's do this before we get in trouble. Well, trouble, so. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 38 allies. We're going up against 27 enemies. And we are off with Hamburg in first place, but Monobear takes that over. Chandroid is in second. Heartbreak takes over second. Shibre is in third. Monobear's in first, Heartbreak is in second, Navo is now in third, Navo killed the Royal Guard, and with that, we are done. We have won. Monobear is in first place, 5 kill, 3 assist. Heartbreak 1 is in second place, 6 kill, and Navo is tied with Salazar, 4 kills each. We have small gold. Do we have a Dr. Derp? How about a blue word? Hey, blue word. There you are. Then we have an archer. Do we have a nursing geek? Yes, we do. And then a tank that no one is currently claiming. So Shibre has been tanked. And we move on to a hard battle on the way to the skin chest. I am on singles still, so there's that. And time for the lion. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. And I will move on to the next chapter. By confirming, microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 106 of Breaking Step. Sherba came a step at the top of the stairs. How? She couldn't seem to continue, and awe showed on her face. Tibbs felt the urge to push her on. How is this possible? The dungeon can change things inside himself. He wanted to explain about Stowe discovering the city, but the them could be listening. But she looked at him. None of the stories talk about... She motioned to the expanse before them. We can't talk about the runs. She scoffed. Oh, I've heard runners talk about the city plenty of time, but they never said anything like this about this being a king city. I figured it was like Craggle Rock. It's bigger than that. I can see that. Are you okay to go on? He asked cautiously. We have to hurry. Of course, she replied in surprise. Why didn't you order me to get over myself and move? Tib shrugged, running down the stairs. Being yelled at never helps. She kept running with him. You have met my brother, right? Her dog spread around them. He doesn't screw up that often anymore, she snorted. Guards massed at the bottom of the steps, half a dozen of the stout gray-skinned golem, each one with an element. Don't step on the ice, he said, stepping on it as it formed in a narrow band all the way to the bottom. He used air to add to the speed he gained to make sure he'd be there first. Fire, metal, light, corruption, and one he didn't know. Unlike with people, the essence in golem people didn't gain a tint that let Tibbs know what element they had, even if he couldn't sense it. The essence that gave them life and the essence that let them do magic remained separated. He suffused himself with earth, turning his body to stone. He formed an armor of ice over that, then added metal. It was the best he could think of against the elements he faced. He ignored the ball of fire for the diversion it was. His armor could take it, and he was more interested in what that unknown element was being etched into in his path, steps before the end of the stairs. He made out the shimmering of light on what formed, and now he knew what he faced. Crystal was more versatile than he'd expected. All he thought it useful for was to play with light and make fragile knives. But that had been before he remembered that essence wasn't crystal. It was what the runner wielding it made it to be. It could be made as strong as metal, as slick as ice, or as hard as earth. He'd watched crystal runners train, a fighter using it to deflect arrows, light attacks, and even fire. This would be sharp, he could make the points, and the net stretched past the stairs, beyond what they'd normally do. The golem people couldn't plan for a specific runner, so they shouldn't know how much he could do, unless they were being directed. And since he knew Stowe was in trouble, this had to be the them's doing. But that was okay. All they had to go on was what they'd seen Tibbs do. It was a good thing Don wasn't here because Tibbs was going to have to try a lot of things if he wanted to be sure to surprise his enemy. He just hoped none of them exploded, unless that was what he needed it to do. He edged the air ahead of him, connected the line. He etched air ahead of him, connected the lines with a filigree of dew at the points for sharpness. Over that, he put corruption with a filigree of Ike to make it solid. He didn't bother with Ka, since there wouldn't be enough time for Ike to rip the etching apart. Then connected that filigree with the one of dew with all, so he could the corruption leach into the air essence, eating that etching, and he was out of time. The etching folded in under. Okay. His etching folded under the impact. Is etching folded under the impact, and corruption weakened the net. But Tibbs still ended up cut to the point he could hardly think. Enough, he couldn't stop his reflection switching to purity to heal, and the golem's stone fist shattered his ice, metal armor and broke a lot of things in Tibbs's chest as he flew into a building's wall. The injuries healed before he hit, then those healed before he fell to the ground and got back to his feet. But the memory of the pain fogged his mind, and he wondered what was taking Jackal so long to take advantage of the distraction he'd provided. Only Jackal wasn't there. He needed to deal with the golems himself, and as much sense as it made to keep purity when he was a distraction, this required being able to act without them having time to react. He suffused himself with darkness and etched his sheath and ran at the guards. They tracked him, partially stepping out of the way of his attacks and sending etching into the area where he'd be, which he easily avoided. This wasn't how they should act. Stowe made them the way he understood people. Even his not regular golem people had always acted on what they saw and heard, or the essence they could sense. This was them knowing where he was. No, that didn't seem right. Like Stowe, the them couldn't see Tibbs's essence. So, no, like Stowe, the them could see Tibbs's essence. So he knew where he was, even with the sheath. So if they were controlling the golems, they'd know where he was and would aim better. This was as if they were telling the golems where he'd be, but couldn't control how they'd act on the information. That sloppiness let him cut the light guard after blocking his attack, then plant his ice knife in the crystal guard, letting it explode ice inside as he formed a new one in time to parry the light sword, which cut it in half as it was deflected off target. Dealing with it directly wasn't working. They were made to fight like this. He needed something to play off the them's need to tell them what to do. He suffused himself with light and let it explode around him, then made a rough person form out of darkness away from the guard. A shake of the head, and it responded by turning to follow the escaping felon, only to jerkily stop and turn back toward him in time for Tibbs to plant his new sword into it. He raised the sword with the earth strength, cutting it from midsection to shoulder, and kicked the already crumbling body away. Two down, and fire erupted around him, and he couldn't keep from crying out in pain. Finally, the them snarled, something you're feeble against. He threw himself out of the conflagration, absorbing some of the fire to replenish his reserve, and switched to rock corruption hit and staggered him, but this didn't cause pain. He made a sword to parry the metal guard's attack as he suffused himself with purity. The metal had already been eaten before it connected with Tibbs's ice one and shattered. Another way Stowe had made them like people was that they weren't immune to their teammates' attack. He took hold of the corruption that engulfed the metal guard and engulfed the metal guard in it. And it kept trying to hit him until there wasn't enough of it left to move. Tibbs jumped, using air for added height, as he felt the fire etching for him. Then a torrent of wind sent him out of control. Suffused himself with earth before hitting the ground. Had he missed one? Spreading his sense revealed the approaching golem. He stayed on the ground, channeling earth, as the earth guard slammed his foot on his back. There was no point in trying anything else with the fire guard there to hurt him. He sent his essence into the ground and ripped control away from the them with more ease than he expected he'd manage with Stowe. They fought they fought him for him, but it was already too late. The ground under the guard opened up and closed once it had swallowed it. He sent more essence to do the same with the corruption and earth guard. The corruption one sent himself up on a jet of essence while the other ignored it. Tibbs opened the ground under it and only then realized it had a etching stretching as the ground moved, keeping it from falling in. Tibbs stared, impressed at the cleverness. It had to be something Ganny had come up with. This was her kind of clever. The guard's foot continued slamming on Tibbs's back to no effect. He had put too much essence for the guard to hurt him. He pushed himself up and it switched to punching him. The earth guards Stowe made were a lot like earth runners, direct, without bothering to adding sneakiness to their attack the way Jackal did. When Tibbs punched the guard, he didn't bother with just earth. Like him, a punch wouldn't do much damage. But they let Tibbs punched the guard. He didn't bother with just earth. Like him, a punch would do. But the added corruption, he wrapped his fist in. With an etching of all, since he'd already seen how it made that element spread. Speed things up enough, he turned his back to it and faced the corruption guard. An etching of air formed, and Tibbs looked in that direction. Not this time. He wrapped earth essence around the building on each side of the golem and slammed them together. When he looked at the corruption golem again, the etching it had been forming shifted, became far more complex and large than anything Tibbs had seen before. I am done with this, the dem snarled. Let's see how you deal with this. Tibbs smiled. Well, if you're going to be this nice about it, I've been looking for a reason to try this one. He channeled purity and threw it raw at the guard. The purity didn't hit the etching or the golem. As far as Tibbs' sense, it just went right through them. But it also took some of what made them away at the same time. Just like Karina's body had faded away under that what the purity clerics had sent at her. The golem became translucent, then transparent, then it. It and the etching were no longer there. He looked up, absorbing the essence back into himself, and was mightily surprised there was nothing else there. Where had what made the golem gone to? Nothing to say. Stowe and Ganny usually comment after I pull off something like this. What are you? A woman asked, and Tibbs spun. He'd forgotten about Serba. She watched him in the battlefield with a mix of awe and fear. The dogs were seated around her, and so Tibbs knew she'd been standing there for a while. I'm a runner. You took on... She motioned around Tibbs. What you are, the dem said darkly, is an abomination. I can do more than most, Tibbs answered. Doesn't mean I'm anything other than a runner. He looked up as she stared in disbelief. As for you, what have you done to Stowe? The dungeon broke the rules. You mean the way you are right now? Tibbs replied, and now I understand why. The dem continued as if he hadn't spoken. You made them do it. Stowe helps because he cares. Tibbs snapped. Tibbs snapped. The town was sick and he could help, so he did. Dungeons don't care, they replied. They exist to perform a function and nothing more. Make us better. I know we keep you in check. You and your kind are a bane on the world. You will destroy everything unless your numbers are controlled. That is what dungeons are for. I think something's gone wrong then. We get stronger when we survive. We get loot from the dungeon. You need the enticement. They replied dismissively. The living are all the same kind of cowards. You grow until you choke the essence out of everything without doing more than the bare minimum. Only when your greed is fed do you take risks. So a few of you survive and get stronger. It'll be too little when the day comes. The day comes for what? Tibbs asked cautiously. Don't worry. You won't live to find out. I'll see to that myself. Then what's the problem with telling me anyway? The them didn't reply. Tibbs cursed. They'd have to go do something, and he doubted he was going to enjoy it. Tibbs? Serbo asked, tone fearful. It's the them, he replied, waving at the ceiling. They're planning something. Them? She looked up, then at him, uncertainly. Is that who you were talking with? Tibbs nodded. They've done something to Stowe and taken control. Who is Stowe? She looked like she was debating running up the stairs. He motioned around them. He's the dungeon. He's who we need to save from the them. The dungeon? Her voice shook. You think the dungeon needs to be saved from them? He stepped toward her and she stepped back. The dogs growled at him in response, then, as if realizing who he was, stopped and looked at her plaintively. He took a step back and spoke cautiously. I know it sounds like I've fallen into the abyss and left something down there, but dungeons are people in a way, but no one knows it. Except you. She didn't sound convinced. I'll explain everything, I promise, Serbo. But we have to save him first. He motioned to her fingers. He made the rings that stopped the sickness. It isn't the first time he helped us, and now it's our time to help him. Why isn't the entire guild here helping you? Tibbs snorted. Because all the guild would do if they knew is find a way to take advantage of him more than they already do. What about the other runners? Your team? She narrowed her eyes. Does Jackal know about? She motioned around them. Of course he does, Tibbs replied, not meaning for the exasperation to come through. He's my team leader, but I didn't have time to get to anyone else. He lied. You're the one person I have helping me. Okay, the only person I need helping me. She smiled as she straightened, and Tibbs realized she thought he considered her more important to this than Jackal. She wasn't wrong. This was one time when she was better, but he didn't point that out. He didn't understand why they didn't get along, but he'd make use of it. This one time. And this concludes chapter 106 of Breaking Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next one will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, as well as the other books in the series, they are up for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on my Patreon, where we are about 20 chapters. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Simba! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? All good. Very cool. I'm glad to hear that. I am doing well. Doing read and corrects today, which yes does involve recording them also. am kind of amused at how off-center. Because this image should be, it's you know, pretty much centered in the work area. Although, why is there, what happened here? There we go. Oh, I know what happened. I don't know why, but I know what happened. Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to bother with it. If I fix it, I'll fix it another time. Yes, recording. And I'm doing well. Thank you very much. It is, I'm a little all over the place. these these have a habit of doing that. All right. So I need to compile these. Okay. Like that. That's going to be like that. Let's look at this. Come on, what happened here? Why does this keep happening? Why do I keep having these errors slip in? Definitely glad these are scheduled. Come on. Stop doing that. Um, May. So it does make 26. Battle Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 58 allies. We're going up against 15 enemies. Sigma takes the lead. Amoronix is in second. Gatorpaws is in third. Jumps into first. Ends up in second. Amoronix is in first. Sigma's in second. Gatorpaws is in third. I think we're done. There we go. We've won. Amoronix is in first place, 2 kill, 10 assist. Gatorpaws is in second place, 1 kill, 10 assist. And Quinn makes it to third with 10 assist. We have Saints, we have Healers, we have Paladins. We have no one claiming any of them at this time. So, Silver the Diamond Witch and Virtualu have been sainted. Crispy Prop is healed, and Nonumsky finds a pal. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the skin chest. Someone's late to the battle. Very, very late. And it is time for my fairies. So we're going to go here. Clear a quest. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. And Simba, you rehydrate. And having done that, I will start on another chapter by confirming my microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tigerites, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 107 of Breaking Step. 3 blocks later, there was another attack. 4 guards this time, and Tibbs dealt with them easily. They ignored Serba and her dogs, even if she stayed at the edge of the fight, looking unsure what she should do. Did them not consider a threat? Did they even see regular people? It could be their essence was too thin for them to notice. Unlike the previous time, there was where she only noticed the queen the golem had left behind after crumbling away as they were heading away from as they were leaving the fight. Now, okay, we're leaving. Unlike the previous time where she only noticed the golems left behind after crumbling as they were leaving the fight, this time she gathered them as soon as the fight. Unless the previous time, like the previous time, this time. Now she gathered them as soon as the fighting was done. Then it was 5 blocks until Tibbs stopped, sensing them approach from the alleys. There were a lot of them, and he hoped he was right about this. This is up to you, he told Serbo as the first dog stepped out from between 2 houses. It was more massive than Crusher, with a mottled gray and brown coat. What do you mean up to me? She demanded as another followed it. Just one of those things is going to rip my dogs apart. And again, I don't know how I make that switch about when I mean apart. This one was smaller with pure white curly fur. Then there was a third and more behind them, becoming visible from the alleys, blocking all escapes. I don't want you to fight them. I want you to order them to stop. Maybe get them to fight for you. I can't do that. Tibbs, do you have any idea how long it takes to train a dog? And I doubt those things are. They're your dogs, Serba. He formed a nice armor. He'd heard how they'd bitten through Lawrence's arm, and he'd seen them snap wood posts without effort. I'm pretty sure I know if I trained something like Serba. You need to trust me. He suffused himself with earth for the added strength and protection. I'll explain once we're no longer in danger from them. Tibbs, I just can't. Now, Serba! He stepped before the massive dog as it jumped and punched it. By the abyss! She muttered as the dog that followed it closed its teeth on Tibbs's arm, cracking the ice armor. No wonder you hang out with my brother. You're just as crazy. He shook his arm, and when the dog flew into the air, it was because the ice had broken away. He filled the gaps, and took a breath to both tell Serba to stop wasting time and ready himself for the mass approaching. She let out a shrill whistle that went up and down and burst. The dog stopped advancing, head snapping up, ears forwards. How? She asked, confused. No! The dam snapped. Attack! Dogs shook themselves and resumed growling. Tell them to stop, Tibbs told her. I don't know if I... Serba, please just do it, he said, trying to swallow the worry. The them is trying to force them to attack and coming here... and dealing with... Them is trying to force them to attack. Okay. The them is it is a run-on sentence, and I'm okay with that in this circumstance. I just want to make sure it makes sense. The them is trying to force them to attack, and coming here or dealing with your dogs was never part of my plan for today, so I don't have jerky on me. You can bribe them with jerky too? She asked, offended. 3 dogs ran at them. Sit! She snapped, then looked at them. What is it? I said sit! She yelled as one took another step after looking at the 2 who had stopped, seeming confused. It and every dog in the street sat. No! The dame yelled in exasperation. I told you to attack them! Tibbs readied himself, for the dogs to break from Serba's order, but they all had their gaze locked on her as she looked around at them. How is this possible? Tibbs didn't take his eyes off the dogs as he spoke, waiting for them to force one to obey. Stone needs to start with something he's encountered. It was rat and bunnies at first on the first floor because they were things that had wandered inside when he was getting the floor ready. I think that was before the guild found him. Once he has one, he can try things with it. It's how he made the ratlings and buddinglings. The them had yet to give an order. Tibbs could hear or simply controlled one of them. Maybe he couldn't do that. He allowed himself to relax slightly. As he grew, his influence stretched out. It let him make larger floor, but it also reaches more than halfway toward the town. Well, more than that, really, since Craggle-Rog's grown so much. He shook his head. That wasn't important. That wasn't important. Are you telling me the dungeon can have monsters just appear among people there? Maybe it was to her. No, living things keep him from controlling what's around them. And he wouldn't do that. Unlike what someone thinks, he glared at the ceiling, Stowe's is a good dungeon. He only makes creatures within his wall to test us, the runners. But he can listen and watch the way dungeon do it, anywhere his influence reaches. He likes watching people when he isn't busy. When he sensed your dogs, he made a copy of one, then played with how it looked until he motioned to the variety of dogs sitting around them, all watching her. That the them didn't respond couldn't bode well. She continued to look around, the implication seeming to take time to sink in. So they're all my dogs, she whispered, then looked at him, all replaced with annoyance. That's why you can also bribe only when I have jerky. That did not appease her. She whistled a different sequence, and, as one, the dogs laid down. The dam didn't say anything. Tibbs wasn't sure if they were even here anymore. Hopefully, she'd be able to use them in the coming fights because Tibbs didn't think that them going elsewhere meant they were done trying to kill the two of them. Can you get them to follow us? She whistled, and they stood. A different sequence, and they approached. Tibbs stayed on his guard, but they ignored him or her. The only animal behaving the way Tibbs expected were the dogs that had come in with them, moving among the new arrivals and sniffing them as the dog golem took position. Serba took a step forward, and the mass of dogs moved with her. She grinned. You have no idea what I'd give to keep them. When this is over, Sto might be able to make you some they'll be able to leave with us. Serba knelt where the dog had crumbled away, leaving a silver coin behind. It was the first casualty of a fight. It had taken 4 until the guards they encountered had one sneaky enough to surprise them by splitting this dog into 2 using void. Tibbs only knew the element it had by what it had done, forming a doorway in the middle of the dog and closing it. The other dogs had torn it apart before Tibbs had gotten over the surprise. What happens to them? She asked, standing. I don't know. He thought back to what Sto had told them. They're made of essence, so Sto can remake them. He has templates. But I don't know if it means they'll be like this one or just look like it. He looked at her dogs. They stayed closer to her than the dungeon made one. Something like this is going to happen to those who die here. Sto absorbs everything that's left behind and makes use of it. It's how he grows. Is it going to be a problem, them dying? I'm not going to break down, she stated. It's why I trained them to do the brunt of the fighting. She started walking. How much further? Tibbs looked at the coin she left behind, then joined her. A lot. Sto's in the city hall, and that's almost to the other side of the city. But it's closer. Come back here. But it's closer than the king's house, I think. We haven't found that yet. So you know where you have to go, and it's just about surviving the monsters while you get there? We have to figure out where to go. And there are puzzles and traps. A lot of the buildings have them. I think those are the important ones. The ones where Gani put the clues that will lead the teams to the king's house. She likes working with puzzles. Who is this Gani? She helps Sto, guides him, tries to keep him from breaking the rules. So there's a woman keeping the place in order, she asked, smirking. I don't think she's a woman. I don't know what she is. She isn't a person the way we are, just like Sto is a person in a different way than us. But she sounds like a girl to me, and Sto sounds like a guy. They don't care if you call them it. And the dungeon's a boy. Her tone sounded like learning that made something fall into place. Sto isn't like anything we understand, Tibbs said. He's all of this. When we break a wall, he feels it. So someone could come in and kill. Tibbs raised a hand as he sensed something at the limit of his range. He focused with a miasma to work out why they didn't feel like Golem. Then he ran as he made out the tint to their essence. Runners! He yelled as a reply to Serba's call, 4 of them, one of which was losing essence fast. He reached in his pouch and cursed. He'd left the potions with his armor since they weren't scheduled for a run today. It's Tibbs! He yelled when he thought he was close enough to be heard. He still had to stop to keep from colliding with the etching that was then the etching that formed into a wall of ice, a wall of swords. What are you doing here? Quigley demanded, glaring. It's our run. She needs help? He replied, reaching into his pouch. How come she didn't drink a potion? took all we had for the four of us to get out of that palace alive, the archer said. Then the abyss curse place went wild. If they didn't have one, how was he going to pull this off? Or did it matter anymore if they knew he had more than one element? His finger closed on something that wasn't a coin, and he pulled it out. This will help. He showed the small crystal and worked at not showing his puzzlement. He had no memory of putting that in there, and it had been a long time since his fingers had found pockets without him noticing. Or maybe it was just that he'd stopped noticing if the coins in his pouch at the end of the day didn't match what they should be. It wasn't like he looked in it all that often. It's like the dungeon's gone feral again, Quigley said. The wall disappeared into essence. It's not that. He put the crystal in Jen's hand. It's being attacked. He made a splint over her body to keep her essence from leaking, then made a weave of purity. Not again, the sorceress said, her words barely audible through her exhaustion as the mass of essence rounded the corner. They're with me, she said as they got ready for a fight. Well, with her, but she's with me. A whistle from Serba and the dog came to us. Serb? The archer called. Damon, she replied, returning the greeting in a flatter tone than his had been. What is she doing here? Quigley demanded. Tibbs, what the fuck is going on? He motioned to the army of dogs sitting at her feet. It's complicated. No shit. Whenever isn't it when you're involved? I so do not want to know. The warrior ran a hand over his face. I have enough problems of my own. I'll explain everything after I've saved the dungeon. Quigley gave Tibbs an indignant look. I'll help. We'll help. No, Quigley stated. Jen tapped out, and unless you lied to me, you barely have anything left. I'm fine, the rogue said, handing the crystal back to Tibbs. That thing's magic strong enough. I can still feel it working. Then you can escort Mort and... You're all leaving, Tibbs said. They were all injured, and without healing potions, they wouldn't hold this and pass it to the other, he told the archer. Tibbs, you can't do this alone, Quigley said. As soon as Mort took it, Tibbs applied a weave of purity. Hopefully, there would be enough left to help through the other fights. I saved him once without help, he replied, and I have it now. Abyss, what is this thing? The archer asked, peering at the crystal. Just something I found. The sorcerer snatched it out of Mort's hand. I don't feel any... Her eyes went wide as Tibbs applied the weave to her. Does she even have an element? No. He motioned for her to hand it back, and when she hesitated, he took it and offered it to Quigley. Then how much help can she be? He winced, reached for it. As he winced, reaching for it, and looked over his shoulder. Sorry, I didn't mean to. My feelings are fine, Serba replied, but I'll be happy to demonstrate what I'm capable of if you really need me to, metal man. That won't be necessary. Quigley's eyes widened as Tibbs applied the weave. He shook himself. But you can use more help, Tibbs. No, this wasn't about the help he might or might not need. Tibbs, you have to go back to Cross. The warrior stared at him in disbelief. Are you fucking kidding me? That woman wants to rip my butt. He glared at Serba. Balls is the word you're looking for, she said, and my understanding is you deserve it. Of course she told you, Quigley grumbled. She's going to be pissed at me if it's my fault you die, and she doesn't get to punish you so you can make it up to her. I've seen her angry, and I don't want her angry at me. You two are going to scream at one another, then you're going to talk about it, then you're going to make up and have you time with her. Trust me, I've seen Jackal and Krosav go through that often enough. Quigley shook his head in amusement, then sobered. Tibbs, I'm not going to tell Jackal I left you here to die. Then don't tell him you saw me. Tibbs, why are you looking to die? I'm not, but he can take care of himself, Serba said, annoyed. He took on 6 guards at one point, did that magic stuff you all do, and won. He motioned to the dog, and now he has our help. Take your team out, Tibbs told the warrior. It's not going to get any easier getting to the stairs. Tibbs, Quigley said in exasperation, I'm going to be fine. I know what I'm doing, mostly. This was no different than from a run. There was always stuff to work out on the way to the boss room. If you don't walk out of this dungeon, Tibbs, Jackal's going to beat you to it, Tibbs said. The warrior let out a slow breath. All right, you heard him. We're heading out. Stay on your guard. He gave Tibbs a glare, then walked away. You and Damon? Tibbs asked once they were out of sight. He's just a guy I know. No wonder the dungeon takes it easy on your kind, the dam said in disgust as Tibbs was about to ask her how many guys she let get away with calling her Serb. Still doesn't take it easy on us, Tibbs replied. We've all lost too many friends in here. And you are going to lose more, they taunted. Once you are dead, I will ensure that things that exist outside this pitiful dungeon suffer despite the protection they received. How about you come here and stop me right now, then? Tibbs called back. Come on, I'm right here. Not brave enough to take on someone as straight as me? The only answer was a retreating chuckle. Tibbs resumed walking. Is goading whatever you're talking to a good idea? She asked, stepping next to him, and the dog surrounded them. People say things they don't mean to when they get angry. Only that's not people, right? They still make mistakes. What mistakes has it made at this point? Tibbs smiled. Tibbs smiled at her. It's ignoring you. And that concludes chapter 107 of Breaking Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, as well as the other books in the series, they are up for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on my Patreon. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. All right, so that's done. That needs to be compiled. And I'll be right back. All right, that's been compiled. I need to continue with this, right? Wrong story. That is done. I believe I did this too. Ah! Oh, forgot to do that. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 67 allies. We're going up against 65 enemies. And we are off with Bob Gamer Fleet in first place, Shadowseer in second, Jessica is in third. Crazy Tachi, Amoronix, and Gatorpaws killed Epic. Jessica jumps to second place, Shadowseer is in third, Bob is comfortably in first place. And let's see. Bob is in first. Shadowseer takes over second. Jesse is in third as we go to tackle the last batch. And we're done. We have won. Bob Gamer Fleet is in first place with 28 assists. Mr. Shadowseer is in second place with 19 assists. And Jessica is in third with 18 assists. We have healers, vampires, and paladins, none of which are currently being claimed. So, Nursing Geek and Bob Gamer Fleet both find pals. Nanumsky gets a vampire and Dax Karma has been healed. And we move on to another very hard battle before the skin chest. And it's time for my Lancer. And a completed quest. Actually, no longer have to worry about quest today. And that's going to be Friday. This one resets. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Set that up, forgot to check a detail. So I'm on chapter 31. And 32. Oh, oh, we're at that chapter. We are at that chapter. Alrighty, this is going to be a small one, which is going to compensate for the next one. That's going to be a little large. Alrighty, so I am confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen and I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 31 of Once Broken. The clacking of stone being laid on stone was a distraction. He wanted to get down from the house's roof and tell Tristan to get it over and done with already, but he was almost done. If Alex was the reason Tristan lost it and tore the wall down yet again, he had no idea what he'd do. So he looked at the skies and kept his hope to himself. The hopes that the next time he looked down, Tristan would look back at him, cold and calculating, working out if Alex was worthy of keeping around. Maybe not. Probably not. The image of Tristan screaming that he hated him kept bouncing in Alex's head. All he wanted was for the waiting to be over. He wanted to know his place again, that it'd be taking orders or being dead. Either way, he'd be done with this dread that kept pooling at the bottom of his stomachs. He would know what Tristan had decided. He searched the sky, adjusting the binoculars to see as far as possible, trying to get every second of warning. The attack was coming. He could feel it in his bones. Any day now, hovers would approach, enough to overwhelm the people in the town, to subdue them, kill them. And no one here understood that. Their experience of the universe was too narrow to grasp that not everyone thought the way they did. That for some, encountering a superior force wasn't a deterrent, but a challenge. For a corporation, it just meant they needed to add zeros to how much they offered they offered the mercs. The click and clack of stone paused, then started again, and that break was enough to pull at his attention. The wall was done. Well, and Alex almost jumped down. Finally, no, Tristan was still putting stones down. The alcove. Alex had forgotten the alcove needed to be there, but that would be quick comparatively. There was even a large flat stone at Tristan's feet. He watched, unable to tear his gaze away. This was it. Tristan was going to be cured. A stone toppled off the alcove, and Alex almost cried out, but the rest held. His finger pressed painfully against the binocular's casing. He wanted to catch the moment when the flat stone would be put over it. The instant the defender went in, he wanted to see Tristan lose his fear and doubt. If he kept watching, all he'd see was something setting Tristan off and destroying the wall again. Alex put the binocular to his eyes and looked at the town. The Somalians were going about their business as if they knew that Tristan being almost done meant nothing. He saw Jacoby there walking between buildings. Alex could count on one hand the number of times that the man had set foot in the town. But at least that meant he wasn't here, lying in wait for any excuse to grab Tristan, throw him in the hover, and fly off. Alex located Sartas, seated outside her home, watching the kids run around. Regeric exited, talked to her, and walked away. Alex followed him, trying to tell how he felt, if he'd gotten over the rejection, but the Somalian looked the way he always did among his people, smiling and happy. He watched a few of the warriors make repairs on homes, talking and laughing and doing. Nope, he wasn't watching that. They were happy, along with that last. He went back to looking over the trees, still nothing. but it was coming. More than 3 weeks was plenty of time for Legitech to gather an army's worth of mercenaries. The pure need caused his hand to shake. He wanted to unleash his frustration at wading through his knives, hear the interrupted screams as life flowed out of bodies. He wanted to smell the blood mixed in with the scent of grass. He wanted to kill. You know what? That desire warred with the knowledge that the next time he fought mercenaries, there might be too many of them for him to win, that his death might be stolen from Tristan. He wanted to believe Tristan wouldn't let that happen, but it could only be true if he was back to his old self. That meant the alcove being finished, the defender in place, and them on their way off this planet. Guilt flared, leaving the Somalians to their fate. He glanced down. Tristan was putting on the last row. He looked away. The townsfolk weren't his responsibility. Their survival was only a means to an end. Once Tristan was done, he had no use for this place. He would leave, and he wouldn't care. Tristan didn't care about anything or anyone, so Alex wouldn't either. He looked at the town again, the children playing, the ones old enough to sit and listen around one older Somalian, being told what? Stories of heroes of far-gone time? Of Alex and Tristan? No, not them. They weren't heroes. When this town was destroyed, they'd be forgotten, as it should be. He tried to look away. There were so many kids. Children who hadn't asked to be involved in this, who the corporation would ground under the weight of its greed. They aren't my responsibility, he reminded himself. The click-clack of stones stopped. The pause was long enough Alex had to look. The flat stone was on the alcove. It was done. Tristan had finished it. They could leave. Tristan was putting the defender in place. Alex spared sword. It was over. All the waiting, all the dread, the need. He wouldn't have to deal with that anymore. Tristan would tell him how he feel, what to do, who to kill. Yes, finally. The high-pitched whine forced him to look up. No, damn it, no! He searched over the trees. They couldn't attack now. Not when he was about to get Tristan back. The whine intensified, but he couldn't see the approaching hover. Where were they? Was it his imagination? His fear of finally being done here? No. The sound was real. The binocular registered it too, but the direction was up. He pulled the binocular away and searched the sky above him, and a different kind of dread formed. He located the dot. No, they couldn't. The heat of entry distorted it through the binocular, but he could tell there was no tail of material burning off. He adjusted the focus. Smooth surface. He could just make out the gravitic generators under it through the heat distortion. Not a rock, a dropship. With a curse, he scrambled down the building, skidding and almost losing his footing, jumping the last 15 feet that were too steep. A dropship meant professionals, either a better class of merc or corporate security. This was it. This was the fight that would wipe them all out. He hit the ground, running toward the town. He needed to organize the warriors. He had to hope enough of them were armed. They should have set up weapons cache in the town itself. Damn, if the kids, damned in the town itself. Damn if the kid found them. Remembering Tristan, Alex slowed. He glanced over his shoulder, expecting his Somalian to be running too, but he stood there, looking down at the alcove. Alex was torn. He was here for Tristan, but the town needed a coordinated defense. If it needed a coordinated defense, if it had any chance of surviving. Tristan could take care of himself, Alex reminded himself. Even while broken, Tristan had demonstrated that, and he wouldn't be broken anymore, not now that he'd finished his assigned task. Satisfied, he started turning his head when he saw the heat distortion approaching Tristan. Alex stopped. Heat distortion didn't move that way. He put the binocular to his eyes and watched as Tristan fought nothing. No, not nothing. Tristan struck something and a man shimmered into existence. Tristan was fighting for his life. Alex ran. This is definitely another paragraph. Alex ran. He forgot about the town, the dropship. He forgot they were about to die under a wave of trained soldiers. His only thought was that he needed to save Tristan. And this concludes chapter 31 of Once Broken. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this book as well as the others in the series, they are available at all major e-retailer. If you want to support me a different way and get access to just about everything I've written, that is on my Patreon. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. And I just realized I forgot forgot part of it. That's okay. All right, so so let's do things here. Oh, okay. I see why these feel off center. The thumbnail cuts off each side, so it makes it feel off center to the whole thing. Okay, that's why. Okay, now to Okay, so all right. So that is done. Sort of screwed up. I'll be right back. best as I can tell, this is all done. Everything that needs to be posted has been posted. So I can close this off. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 55 allies. We're going up against 46 enemies. And we are off with Gator Paws in first place. Black Horse is in second. Oh, wait. Things shift. Silver is now in first place. Frostbite is in second. Diamond Heartbreak was in third, but Frostbite is in third. Dravane is in second. Diamond Silver is in first. Silver is in first. Dravane is in second. Frostbite is in third. I got a few kills and died. Alright, taking on the last Puppet Masters, and we are done. We've won. Frostbite is in first place, 1 kill, 17 assists. Silver the Diamond Witch is in second place, 15 kill, 2 assists. And the Dravane is in third, 1 kill, 16 assists. We've got gold twice. Do we have a Dr. Derp? How about a blue or Swede? There it is. We've got a Barbarian that no one is currently claiming. So, Finger Wiggles gets gold. Virtualu gets Barbarians. And we move on to a skin chest on the way to the gold. And it is time for... Yeah, let's put my other Lancer in. And in half an hour, we'll see how this turns out. And I will start on this chapter. Word of warning for those participating in Stream Raider that are in the chat. This one will probably push the battles back a little bit. It is on the longer side. I am confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I am on the correct screen and I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tigerites, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch, and if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 32 of Once Broken. Silence. Not simply the absence of outside sound, but a lack of noise in Tristan's head. When was the last time he thought so clearly? When had it been only him, without out-of-control emotions or disembodied voice? He could stay like this for the rest of time. Only, where was he? Where could he be? Where could he be that silence was this absolute? And how had he gotten there? The clarity in his head let him look at his memories. The last thing he remembered before noticing the silence was what? He'd been stacking stones, using the harder stone he'd found to chip the bottom of those that wouldn't stay in place. He'd forced the voices and emotions down. It had been him and the stone, one at a time. The defender was at his feet. He'd known he was close to finishing and had taken it from inside the house. He remembered placing the slab, his hands trembling under the effort of keeping his excitement under control. All it took was one jerky motion and a stone would fall, and with it, his control. But the defender went in place, and then there had been silence. No. Even with the clarity, his recent memory was jumbled. Before the silence had been a high-pitched whine, not an engine, air whistling past something large. He looked up, saw Alex on the roof of the house, binocular in hand, looking up too. Tristan saw the dot, processing that it was a dropship by the time Alex threw himself off the house. He felt joy and dread. A dropship meant people to kill, to let loose. But his emotions should have been control. He'd put the defender in place. Hadn't he earned his boon? The desire to kill, had him take a step to follow Alex, but motion out the corner of his eye stopped him. He spun, searching. Nothing. He spun, searching for it. Nothing. No one in the clearing all the way to the tree line. The only things visible were the heat shimmers over the grass. He turned to head to the town, then when he realized it wasn't warm enough for heat to shimmer off grass. He looked again. It was too small of an area and moving towards him. Only one possibility left. Distortion field. They were on him. He fought them, fighting the fear that crept him. How could he fight what he couldn't see clearly? His fist connected with one of them and a man appeared. Joy filled him and then silence. He opened his eyes. Before him was a stone wall, hip high, and beyond it was a green field. The wall ended on his right, 700 feet away. Less than 100 on the left was an alcove. This wasn't a wall. It was his wall, the one he remembered building over and over. The alcove was empty. He closed his eyes, readying himself for the dread to come. He'd done all this work, and someone had stolen the defender. The dread didn't come, only the knowledge that whoever had taken the statue would pay for it. He would track them down and get it back from them. He smiled as a plan formulated itself. You finally made it, Amen said. Tristan's eyes snapped open. A Somalian crouched on the stone slate atop the alcove. Familiar sandy fur, a ripped ear, pants worn with age, and sword at his hips. The alcove was empty. And here was this Somalian crouched over it, speaking perfect standard. Tristan knew this Somalian. Anger sparked. You. He stepped toward the defender. This is your fault. The defender watched him approach, wind back, and swing at him. Tristan's fist swung through air. The defender tipped backwards, fell to the ground, and rolled to his feet on the other side of the wall. One, the defender said as Tristan jumped the wall. I'm not the defender. You're just using its form so your mind has something to latch on. Tristan swung again, clawed, kicked. He did his best to connect with the defender, but the Somalian was faster than Tristan, more skilled. Second, the defender stepped back aside Tristan's blow. If you're intent on blaming someone for what's happening to you, you need to blame yourself. You did this to me. Tristan growled, claws, kicks, elbows. Nothing hit. You forced me to care about Alex. You forced me to put his well-being before my own. That wasn't... The defender dodged a feint, jumped over the kick. You're not even listening to me, are you? With a sigh, he caught the incoming fist. Tristan flew over the defender and landed on his back, his breath taken from him by the impact. He tried to get up, but the defender had a hand on his chest, holding him in place. Tristan pushed, but didn't move. He aimed a swipe at the arm to force the other Somalian to let go, but the defender slid it away, seemingly aware of the strike before it came. How could a Somalian massing barely half of Tristan hold him down? He planted his hand on the ground and pushed as hard as he could and didn't lift. He was wasting his energy. As impossible as it was, the defender was stronger. He relaxed. The defender would slip. They all did. And then Tristan would have the upper hand. The defender looked at him. Does this mean you're ready to listen? We need to have this talk. There are things you must understand if you want to live. I understand all I need to survive. I'm not talking about surviving, the defender sighed. I'm talking about living. Promise me you're done fighting me, that you'll listen. Tristan laughed. Unconsciously made it something ugly, devoid of humor. The control felt good. A promise? You think I'll do such a thing after what the last promise I made over you cost me? The Somalian let out an annoyed sigh. Why do I even bother? He stepped away, arms at his side. Just remember, I can fight you as long as you want and always win. Also remember that we don't have an infinite amount of time. If you waste too much of it fighting me, you'll run out of options. Tristan stood and noticed he wasn't wearing anything. This was how he preferred being, but he had worn pants while building the wall. Jacobian strangers had been around. Is this your plan? Hold my life ransom? He pointed to the alcove. I brought you home. I built the wall, the alcove. I placed you in it. You owe me a boon. I want control again. The defender crossed his arm over his chest. Anyone ever mentioned that you're stubborn? I've already told you. That statue has nothing to do with me, with this. It's just stone, old, chipped, and painted to resemble some long ago hero worthy of the quality of the defender. You are lying. Tristan allowed a trickle of anger to tint his word, rejoicing in the control he had in this place, the control he was owed. What is it going to take for you to understand? You did all of this to yourself. No. He made the statement as final as he could. I would never jeopardize my survival the way you forced me to. I used the cure on Alex. I could have died. I would never have done something like that without your influence. You forced me to care about him, to care about someone else. I liked you a lot more when you were drugged. Are you listening to yourself? No one can force you to care about another. That is a choice you make. You decide to let someone into your life. Decided You decided to let someone into your life, decided they were worthy of your time and emotions. No one else. You're the you're the defender. You can force it, have forced it on me. The Somalian stared at him, seemingly unable to find words. He rubbed his face. Okay, let's approach this a different way. How do you feel? Tristan narrowed his eyes, looking for the trap in the question. I feel fine. What does that mean? Is that a feeling the defender is forcing on you? Are you feeling fine because you're refusing to deal with whatever problems you really have? Tristan studied how he felt, breathed in the silence around and inside him. He touched on an emotion, felt them, put them back in their place, waiting to be used against others. He called up various memories. I am in control, he finally answered. Is that real or just the illusion of control? Is the defender only letting you think you're in control? Frowning, he recalled how he'd felt these last few subjective months. He'd identified each time control was wrenched away from him, looked at the emotions surrounding the events, compared them to how he was now. I am in control, he repeated, having no doubt of it. Good. The defender motioned over Tristan's shoulder. Look over there. Tristan turned. On the other side of the wall, Alex stood, frozen in place, in the middle of running towards a group of 5, also frozen in place. One of the 2 men, as well as one of the women, was firing in Alex's direction. The energy, the energy bolt immobilized halfway to Alex. They were firing at Alex. His heart tightened at the realization, and his mouth went dry. Who is forcing these feelings on you, Tristan? He spun on the defender. What is this place? The Somalian was well out of reach. This is your mind. The defender motioned to the wide expanse around them. You're currently unconscious at the human's feet. He tapped the back of his head. Butt of a rifle, I think. If I'm unconscious, how do I know Alex is being shot at? How do I know he's running towards me? How is he frozen there? The defender smiled. Your mind. Think about it for a moment. I'm sure you can work it out. He faced Alex and felt that ache at seeing him in danger. This was his mind. It could be a trick the defender played on him. It was possible none of this was real, that Alex was not actually in danger, that he was running towards the town to fight off the soldiers in the dropship. The ache intensified. No, this was real. Somehow he knew it. Now he needed to figure out how. He focused. Alex wasn't frozen. His foot lifted. With the realization that Alex was moving at a crawl, the silence was no longer absolute. There was a tone just at the edge of his hearing. This was his mind. He was processing events at the speed of thought while Alex was acting at the speed of reality. In his mind, he could control the speed at which he perceived reality. How else could he control it? He willed Alex backwards, and the scene reversed until he vanished. The humans also moved, their forms vague but not hidden by a distortion field. When he paused the scene, Tristan was standing among the humans. He didn't need to go past that. He'd been conscious. He knew how. He remembered that. This was the moment he was knocked out. What had happened? He felt betrayed that the defender hadn't showed himself, hadn't made him better. The humans spread around him, one behind him, visible now, but in the middle of the fight, Tristan hadn't seen him. He let the scene proceed, felt the memory of the impact of crumbling to the ground. There had been something else. He rewound it, played it again, another time. He willed the images away, turning it to just sound. He rewound again. Just as he fell, he heard the name, faint, distant, Alex calling to him. No, screaming his name. Even now he could hear the pain in the one word. This was how he knew Alex was coming toward him. His heart tightened again, coming to his rescue. Now he knew this. He wanted to know what else had happened. He brought the humans back, played the scene. Op 1 to Central. We have target 2. Female voice to his right. Clear. Clear. This was why he saw her helmet. with the front raised. Op 1 came a response distorted by the comm unit. Please confirm you have target 2. Somalian black fur with white spots. Matches the description of the Somalian with the 2 humans heading away from the explosion. Good job, Op 1. The dropship is about to land. Target 1 and 3 should be easy to find among all the Somalians. MN snorted. They don't need to bother with target 3. The idiot's running toward us. This is going to be a twofer. Op 1, please repeat. You didn't come in clearly. The woman spoke. Target 3 is here. We can take him down. So the only one the others have to worry about is target 1. Op 1, remember, you are to take them alive. They need to be questioned to find out who hired them and how a message left the planet without us being aware of it. Yeah, a man, but different from the first one to speak. Tel Central will use low power and just scratch the surface. Their precious package will just need to be buffed and repainted. Watch what you say, the woman hissed, then spoke louder. Understood, Central. We'll take him alive too. The sound of fabric, the comm being put away. Someone's looking to be reprimanded, a different woman said. Come on, the man replied. What does Central care what I say, so long as they get the package they are ordered? Tristan forwarded this scene. The dialogue was personal and of no value. When Alex became visible, he paused it again, noting the house was still absent. As he realized this, a faint outline of it appeared, his memory filling the place. Filling the space. The space rather than any clues in the present. Alex was far. How could he know that? He was still yelling his name, no pain in it anymore, but anger. Tristan was working out the distance by how the voice changed. The light of 2 bolts was just escaping the rifles. He rewound and listened. The tone of the cycler told him they were Dolphix LR-721. On a hunch, he slowed the scene and the sound of the cylinder of the cycler matched it. Bah. On a hunch. That's On a hunch, he slowed the scene, and the sound of the cycler stretched until it matched the one in the background. He set the scene going again. Alex continued yelling as he was shot at. He was dodging. The tone changed as he pushed himself to the side. The shooter cursed. Tristan smiled. They'd expected Alex to be an easy target. A man gurgled. This position made him the 5th one. A body fell down, trashed, or cursing. Tristan saw the knife in the man's throat. Another with an open visor, or their helmet lacked a neck guard. The image he brought up before he was unconscious was too distorted to tell. The defender stepped next to Alex. That's one down. Tristan considered hitting him, but he needed to pay attention to what was happening. And he's still running toward them. That's 4 against 1. He does know those aren't good odds, right? So why is he coming? He can take them. I trained him. I'm not going to go into what you call training, but taking them on means he has to reach them. They're armed with Dolphix, right? What are the odds he can keep avoiding being shot? They don't want him dead. You know that. I do too. But the Z. If you run towards 4 people shooting at you, what's the conclusion you reach? Why isn't he reaching that conclusion too? Why isn't he firing at them from cover? He does have a gun, right? Tristan pulled up the memory of seeing Alex on the roof of the house. Yes, along with his harness overloaded with knives, he had a gun belt on. He wanted to be angry at Alex for being stupid. The defender was right. He should have taken cover and shot at them. Tristan had trained him better than that. He should have strategized. Tristan smiled. Strategies weren't Alex's strength. How many discussions had they had over that? Alex liked being told who to kill, leaving Tristan to figure out the how. The scene froze. The sound is returning. No, there was still that background tone. Tristan tried to push it forward to move it back, but it didn't obey. What happened? He asked the defender, who sat on the top of the wall, his back to the fight. We'll get back to that in a bit. We need to talk about this, because this is what you need to understand. what you've actually worked out, since I'm about to tell you, but that you haven't been able to admit. Alex is running flat out towards death. Why is he doing that? Because he cares about you. Because he loves me. Tristan had meant to throw the word as an attack to show how little he understood of how deeply Alex's emotions ran. Somehow, he made it all. He loves you, the defender agreed. He is setting aside care and self-preservation because you did everything in your power so he'd become attached to you. You did an amazing job of it too, but do you realize the kind of power you gave him in doing that? Tristan shook his head. I didn't give him power. I did it because it was the most efficient way to ensure he'd stay by my side, that he'd do what I wanted. The defender smiled. So he's doing what you want right now? No. Pain and fear choked the word he hadn't meant to say. He didn't want Alex to put himself in danger like that. Here's the thing you've never been willing to acknowledge. In spite of all the reading you've done about psychology and emotions, there is power in caring for someone else, in being willing to put aside your well-being for theirs. What he's doing right now isn't the smartest thing he could do, but that emotion, sometime, it can give you the strength to pull off the crazy, stupid stuff. Are you telling me I have to love him to get out of this? Tristan growled. The defender laughed. I'm telling you to stop denying you already do. Stop fighting yourself so damn hard. It isn't because you're an aggressor that you also have to fight with yourself. Look at him. Look at what he's pulling off because he loves you. Sound came back. Tristan watched Alex dodge bolt after bolt, moving ever closer as the cursing intensified. A man let out a grunt but didn't fall. He didn't see this knife. There were too many areas that wouldn't instantly kill for Tristan to work out where it hit. Knife sliding against polycarbonate. Alex was in close range. A man gasped. The scene froze. How did he make it to them? The defender asked. How is he still standing after being shot twice? Shot? Tristan rewound the scene. Let it move. Alex grunted in pain. Low power on the LR series was a misnomer. A beam didn't so much as diminish as narrowed. It could still make a hole through permacrete, but it would be a small hole. Alex had two such holes in him. Where? He heard the footstep, the broken rhythm. One was in the leg. He wouldn't bleed out. The beam had cauterized the wound, but the pain, any time he put weight on it, would be intense. How hadn't he fallen? How hadn't he fallen? He could make out the labored breath now. He knew how Alex sounded when out of breath, what it took to get him to that point. This was a chest wound. Nowhere vital, but it was yet more pain. Had he seen Alex take painkiller at any time? Where are they? The defender asked. In his emergency kit. He should carry it at all time, but he's dressed down, and even if he had some in a pocket, they can't have taken effect yet. Alex's image came sharper as Tristan looked at him, the harness, the scars on his tanned skin, the muscle as he fought, the sweat covering him. Tristan realized he desired him. Don't fight it. Tristan glared at the defender as he pushed the emotion down. I will not be distracted by him. The defender threw his hand into the air. Does he look distracted to you? He yelled. What do you think is going through his head right now? What is the one thought filling his mind at this very moment in the middle of a 4-1 fight? Do you think he's worried about himself? That he's thinking about what will happen to him? Not you, not what you do, what he's doing. You know him. You know how his mind works. The defender was in his face, yelling. Do you hear him laugh? If he isn't lost in the fight now, what's the only thing that can be occupying his mind? Tristan looked away. Me. The word was filled with shame. Why? Why feel shame here, now? He looked at the defender. Was this something he was doing? No. This was all his own shame, knowing that Alex had never occupied his mind. He told Alex he would be better. Even insane with drugs, he'd said it. But they'd given him. Even some of them, but he said it. But they'd given him clarity. Okay, we're gonna They'd given him clarity. He'd promised the universe to stop fighting if it gave him back Alex. Now that he thought clearly, he could trace his feeling back to before the drugs, but always kept them but always kept locked away, only using them to manipulate Alex. And Alex had thought about Tristan before being reshaped. Alex had been conflicted before there were hints had been conflicted before there were hints. Okay. Alex had been conflicted before there were hints there was something there worth loving, but Alex had always kept Tristan in his mind. You could see that now. And Tristan had not even once thought about him if he wasn't looking to control him. You, the defender said gently. He's doing all of this because of you. He let you turn him into what he is because you were the one doing it. Tristan nodded. Even if I told him the boy was in no danger from me, if I'd just asked, he would have said yes. Look at him. The fight restarted. Metal on polycarbon now, the sizzling of a laser blade cutting flesh, the scent of that burnt flesh. Another body fell to the ground. Tell me that what he feels for you is making him weak. Makes him weak. Tristan wrenched his gaze away. He could die. The defender shrugged. Does he look like he cares? Someone gurgled. A woman was down. It was down to 2 against 1. Odds Alex had no problem with. Tristan turned as the scene froze. Alex's face set with determination, not anger or fear or even the joy of when he finally went out of control. This wasn't someone whose emotion had stolen control. How he felt had strengthened his control. He knew the stakes, the odds, but he wasn't letting that stop him. He wasn't abandoning Tristan. Tristan had difficulty breathing. Alex wasn't fighting for his own life. He was fighting for Tristan's. He was doing something that went against everything Tristan believed in. And Alex was winning. The fight restarted, and the butt of a rifle hit Alex in the face. He went down. The scene froze. Oops, the defender said. Looks like caring about you wasn't enough after all. He pushed himself off the wall, looking at the scene. But, you have to admit, it took him pretty far. Further than farther than you thought it should. Maybe farther than he had any right to reach. The defender leaned in and whispered, Imagine how far he could have gotten if you'd been at his side. Is any of this real? His eyes were getting wet. Why are you showing this to me? His emotions were in turmoil, not the out-of-control assault from before and during the drugs, but they were unfettered, making it difficult to think. Think about him, the defender whispered. Not what's happening to him. You still have time. Just him. Tristan closed his eyes, the tears falling, and thought about Alex. The emotions washed through him. Pride, as Alex got through his defense to cut him. Appreciation at his skill with computers. Annoyance at his insistence over cooking meals occasionally. The desire for that perfect body as it moved. The shame at having used Alex for his own survival, for his own pleasure, without regards for him. He didn't judge the emotions. He watched them as they settled around him, tried to understand them, consider what he should do about them, and realized he could think clearly again. And finally, you get there, the defender said. But you're cutting it close. Tristan looked at the Somalian. He understood what was coming wasn't good news, and while the emotions moved, they didn't get in the way of his thinking. Now that you've worked out all of this, you have a decision to make. You can go back to locking away all your emotions, cutting away any attachment. You can go back to surviving, if that's what you want. Now that you know the truth, there won't be anything getting in the way of that. Resting his elbow on the wall, the defender looked at the frozen scene. Or you can decide that these emotions can do more than be tools to control others. That being among other people can strengthen instead of weaken you. I can't promise you it's going to be easy. The defender sighed. If you want easy, go back to surviving. That's a sure thing. You'll live until the universe gets the better of you, faking any interaction you have. You'll never care. If that's what you want, you can do it. Tristan watched Alex sprawled on the grass. I don't know how to do anything else. The defender smiled sadly. That's a possibility. But are you at least willing to try? He nodded to Alex. Can you believe me when I tell you that he can be the reason you live? Not just survive, but actually live. What if you're wrong? The defender shrugged. Then I'm wrong. It's been known to happen, right? You're not as infallible as you like people to think. What I can say is that regardless, it will be worth it. Central wants them alive. A woman said. Tristan tried to stop it. Do I look like I fucking care what Central wants? Rustling of clothing, moving closer. That bastard killed Valdi, Granto, and Mal. Just tell them he got caught. He caught a stray shot. Why can't I stop it? Tristan yelled over the woman's voice. Between the eyes is going to make it a tough sell. Fine. The man moved. The sound of the cycler closer, increasing as it reached its crescendo, beginning to merge with the background tone. Because you need to make the decision now. The defender answered, his voice cutting through the other sounds. Are you going to survive alone, or are you going to live? No matter the risk that brings with it. With Alex. Are you going to live, no matter the risk that brings... Really, you don't like that? That brings with it the risk that bring... No matter the risks that brings with it. Yeah. With Alex, the two-tone synced. Tristan reached for Alex. No! And that concludes chapter 32 of Once Broken. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this book, as well as the others in the series, these books are available at all major e-retailer. If you're looking for a different way to support me, that is on my Patreon. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 58 allies. We're going up against 34 enemies. And we are off with Warforged in first place, Insurrector in second, Gator pauses in third, Insurrector takes over first. Warforged is in second, Benevolent jumped to first, Insurrector is back in first, Warforged is in second, Benevolent is in third. As enemies die. Wait, am I dead? Didn't I have a healer in here? How did I die? And Insurrector is in first place with 15 assists. Warforged in second place, 12 assists. And Heartbreak 1 in third with 11 kills. We have gold twice. Do we have a Dr. Derp? How about a Bluer Swede? Well, Bluer gets gold. Then we have Musketeers and Shinobis that no one is currently claiming. So, Dex Karma also gets gold. Sigma OS, Big T squeezes gets the Musketeers, and Silver the Diamond Witch gets a Shinobi. And we move on to an insane battle before the gold chest. And it's time for a Lancer. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. Hey, Catsby, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Your clock has been updated. And I will be right back. You are doing well. I am glad to hear that. I am doing well too. I just finished my last read and correct for this morning, which basically is the chapter that is the reason this book exists. This chapter is the one that basically I don't remember what book I was writing in the series. This is book 6 when I came up with this scene, but the moment I had this scene, this chapter, everything I wrote was to lead to that scene. Oh yeah. And amusingly enough, there's something like 20 more chapters to go to the book. In my head, when I envisioned this scene, it was much closer towards the ending of the book than that. Uh, but that's, how basically everything that goes from there is dealing about, with the consequences of what happens in this chapter. And what are you up to today, Cadsby? Fully finishing the website and automation that you were working on last week. Well, I certainly hope you that works out. Keeps changing things, adding times to your timeline. It was supposed to be done last Friday. That sucks. Uh, is like, are you self-employed or are you working? Are you being contracted out by another company? With three main company. Are your contracts set up in such a way that you get compensated when they do stuff like that? When they change what the job is supposed to be? Charged by the hour. Okay, that's good. I'm going to start this early. So I can run it before going to lunch. Well, I can probably wait a minute or two. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 52 allies. We're going up against 64 enemies. Okay, I might regret this one. Sigma's in first place. IU Flip is in second. Gator Paws is in third. Gator Paws is in second place. Big T takes over third place. Sigma maintains the first. Big T's in second. Back in third. Silver takes over second place. Silver's in third, is in second. Gator Paws is in third, back in second place. So Silver and Gator Paws are fighting over for second place. Yeah, this could... Well, let's see how this turns out. And it looks like we're going to get this. We've won. Sigma OS is in first place, 11 kill, 29 assist. IU Flip is in second place with 28 assist, and Gator Paws is in third, 5 kill, 18 assist. We have fairies. Do we have a Cadsby in the battle? Hey, Cadsby, you get your fairies. Then we have Lego heads that no one is currently claiming. So, Silver the Diamond Witch gets Lego heads. And we move on to the gold chest. Right before the boss. And I am on my lion. So we're going to start right here. And this is going to be an actual half hour. To see how it turns out. Or actually, well, I'm going on lunch, so I'll do my best to return in time, but I don't know. This is going to be tight. So But yes, I will see you all when I get back from lunch. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 53 allies. We're going up against 76 enemies. And we are off with Bragi in first place. Frostbite is in second. Dr. Derp is in third. Frostbite takes over first again. Bragi's in second. Dr. Derp is in third. Kraken and Nursing Geek and Insoraptor and a bunch of other people kill epics. Dr. Derp is in first. Bone Scott takes over third. Bragi's in second. Frostbite is in first. Alright, let's see. Frostbite is in first. Heartbreak is in second. Bragi is in third. And, looks like we are done. We have won. Frostbite is in first place. 5 kill, 21 assist. Heartbreak 1 is in second place. 9 kills, 7 assist. Bragi, Son of Odin, is in third. 15 kill, 1 assist. We have gold. Do we have a Dr. Derp? There's the doctor who gets the gold. Then we have shinobis that are not currently claimed by anyone. So Bragi, Son of Odin, gets the shinobis. And we move on to the boss battle. Yeah. And I'm on my singles, so let's start here. And in half an hour, we'll see how this turns out. And I apologize for the delay. Contacting Dell just to find out what an error message was about led to a longer conversation and an issue which I don't believe is resolved, but I have no way of doing anything about it, so we will see what happens. I'm also realizing my gaming computer is a lot older than I thought. It's 4 years old, not 2. No idea how that happened. All right, so this afternoon it is chapter 7 for Pit Stop. It is an Alex chapter. So I need to bring up Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 46 allies. We're going up against 37 enemies. And we are off. Warfudge is in the lead. Sigma takes that over. Shadowseer is in third again, as Dr. Derp tries, but does not succeed. Sigma's back in first. Shadowseer is in second. Dr. Derp takes over third. Bonska and Salazar have killed Epics as well as Dr. Derp. Nursing Geek makes it to third place as we take on the last enemies, and there we go, we're done. We have won. Sigma OS is in first place with 27 assists. Mr. Shadowseer is in second place, 3 kills, 17 assists, and Dr. Derp is in third, 4 kills, 15 assists. We have Flying Rogue, we have Musketeers, we have no one claiming them at this time. So Bob, Gamer Fleet, get the Flying Rogue, Nursing Geek, the Musketeers. And we skip that and move on to the next map, where we will have Token, Skin, and the... Oh, wait. Whoa. We have a scroll right here. So we'll go up here and Token, Skill, Skin, Scroll, Boss. And we move on to wait for an easy battle on the way to the token chest. Hi. Hey Darth, welcome back to the stream. And it is time for my fairies. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. Hey, Shizumi, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? My day is going well. Sorry for the slight delay. Did not notice you arriving. Day's going well. Dealt with a bit of a delay getting started this afternoon due to resolving something. Well, contacting Dell to resolve something that they are satisfied has been resolved, and I doubt it is because it's Dell. They've yet to impress me with their abilities to resolve issues. So, when the problem comes up again, I'll contact them and go from there. At least the computer is working, so that's the important thing. But I would definitely like them to be better. But meh. I'm not a technician. It's just that I doubt that running a bunch of apps to test things is sufficient. Um, Also, the fact that he tells me that the update of Windows went fine when it still says Windows is not updated in big letters on the screen makes me go, yeah, that's not inspiring confidence. When this happens again, if they do the same thing again, doing all the same thing, which I'm sure, and they go, well, it's installed properly, I will point it out that time, going, yeah, why does it say it's not installed in that case? The one thing I have found out is that my computer is actually 4 years old, not two, like I thought. So, knowing that, buying a new computer does not feel as iffy as it was because 5 years is usually how long I want to wait till I buy a new computer. And like I said, I thought this computer was 2 years old, so I wasn't looking to buy a new computer. Knowing that it's 4 years old, well, actually, it's more than it's 4 years and 3 months old. Like literally, January 2025 is when it's gonna be 5 years old. So I am now putting thoughts into actually buying a new computer. You were wondering if the outline changes my enjoyment of writing. Change. Uh, Not really. Uh, I need to put an asterisk towards that. Is that these outline are built, me and my co-scriptor, so they are built with my input in them, which means that they are my stories. My co-scriptor knows very well how I think, so they're very loose. They're basically guideposts, pointing to a direction, not really all the little details that need to happen. And as such, I've got a fair amount of freedom. I have yet to work with an outline that someone else worked without my input. And, I don't know how that would feel like, because I have, like, this is very much still discovery writing for me, because I have the luxury, I have the leeway within the outline to have the characters be who they are, just, play, and, so long as a few points, like in this one, the fact that Alex is going to be looking for coffee, the fact that coffee is not good in this town, like this is almost a running joke through the early chapters. It's going to take a bit for Alex to find a place that has coffee he can stand, let alone be good. But yeah, like so long as there's a few beats that I hit, I can have the character just be themselves the rest of the time, and things don't change too much. Sometimes, like, yeah, there's room for exploration, and it's there because my co-scriptor knows me. Like, we've been working together for quite a while. But I would definitely love at one point to get a contract or something with somebody, basically handing me an outline, and then that is the work I need to do, just to see what it's like, can I do it? Can I, could I write something that I have no input in the creation? Like, I know myself well enough to go, okay, I would look it over and go, okay, and ask for clarification and stuff like that. But beyond that, I have no idea. All right, we're going to have advertising, Stream Radio Battle, and I'll be right back. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 45 allies. We're going up against 23 enemies. Mr. Shadowseer is in the lead. Sigma's in second. Dr. Derp takes over the third, but Virtualu takes that back. Are we done? No. Yes, we are. Oh, actually, no. We got a betrayer over there. Now we're done. Mr. Shadowseer is in first place, 5 kill, 8 assist. Sigma OS is in second place, 2 kill, 8 assist. And Dr. Derp is in third, 6 kill, 3 assist. We have archers. Ooh, do we have a nursing geek? We do have a nursing geek. We've got tanks, we have busters that no one is currently claiming. So, Virtualu gets busted, Monobear gets tanked, and we get to move on to another easy battle on the way to the token chest. And it is time for my lion. an hour. We will see how this turns out. Hey, Bluer, welcome to the stream. And your clock, oh wait, that's not you. And your clock has been updated. How are you doing today? Hey, Akla. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? You're fine. It's a short work week. Yes, Easter is coming up. I will be streaming on Friday, but not the Monday after that. I do not celebrate Easter. I celebrate the more important holiday on that Monday. I am doing good. Thank you very much. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. What are you up to today, Akla? That is why I sell it. That is why it is the important holiday. It is the chocolate on discount holiday. Traveler. That's the science fiction game. That's the science fiction tabletop, right? Oh man, I remember that. I've never played it, but I bought the books, the box back then. Basically on the strength of the Vargs. Um, yeah. Yeah, I bought a lot when I was younger. I bought a lot of systems that I never actually played, mainly because they seemed interesting or they had this one race that piqued my curiosity. Ultimately, Dungeons and Dragons, Marvel superheroes, and then GURPS are the three system that I played. I started with D&D like just about everybody else. Um, transition to Marvel's superhero because superheroes, and then discovered GURPS, and that was my system forever from that point forward. If I were to to game master again, it would be a GURPS. Uh, Probably 3.5 since that's the system I have. I don't know that I'd bother upgrading. Well, no, I wouldn't upgrade because I don't have the money for it. Berlin, you live in what would call a frontier city. Cool. You never had the patience to learn GURPS. GURPS is easy. Never, you had never the nerd vibes of the that's entirely possible. Okay, I find GURPS to be very much simpler than D&D. Um, it is far better streamlined. You learn about online gaming. Well, you need to remember I'm 53, 54. There's a bit of an age gap here. So, I I literally started playing with the red box, no, the blue box, the basic, the Dungeon and Dragon basic, not advanced Dungeons and Dragon, Dungeons and Dragon basic. Um, the blue box, the I bought the blue box. I bought the red box. I don't remember if I bought the black box, the expert. Uh, it was basic, advanced, and expert. I think there was another box after that. But around those boxes, I around the point where either I got the box, the black box, or I would have the books, the advanced Dungeons and Dragons came out, and I moved to that. And that was more, it was more in depth. So I liked it. I spent far too much money on those books. Um, and it it was our gaming uh, system for a very long time. Like I said, after that, I discovered Marvel superheroes, uh, and played that for a while. I played that long enough and deep enough and and obsessively enough to a point where I needed to walk away from it all at some point. I was taking it a little too seriously, and came back, and then not long after that, I discovered GURPS, and yeah, that became my system. Oh, how the Holy cow. Please tell me that ain't it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make changes to this place. I mean, not surprised, but still, yeah. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 42 allies. We're going up against 31 enemies. And we are off with Insoraptor in the lead. Sigma in second. Bonska is in third. IU Flip takes over third place, takes over second place, and then we're done. We've won. Insoraptor is in first place, 4 kill, 17 assist. IU Flip is in second place with 12 kills. Sigma OS is in third with 12 assist. We've got gold. Ooh, it is so small. It is so small. It is cute. Do we have a bluer Swede? Yep, bluer. You may not, you probably don't notice it as, you know, big as it is, but you get gold. Then we have a buster, we have a bomber, we have no one claiming them. So, Dr. Derp gets the bombed. Helpful Onion has been busted. And we move on to another easy battle before the token chest, which should be the last battle of the day. Alrighty. Lancer it is. So let's go here. Yeah, 10 gold. Considering how much Bluer has been collecting, I don't think he'll notice it. Alrighty, it is past 2 p.m. for me. Time to visit the shop. Anything not level 30. Okay. I'm above 20k. I get a refresh. And also nothing. Well, that's interesting. And in half an hour, we'll see how that turns out. Now on the viewer side, where anything not level 1 is getting purchased, and I get 3 refresh. Alrighty. Alright. Very short chapter. I suspect that when I do the second draft of that chapter, I'm gonna add people. Because right now, you know, even though Alex states that, you know, all the table that 3/4 of the tables are occupied, there is basically nobody there other than them and the server. So Okay, because it was bugging me, I've actually gone and checked, and my computer is 3 years old, not 4. The warranty is 4 years old. That's why it ends in 1 year. So, so I'm back to not being sure if I want to upgrade this right now. If the issue can be resolved, I'll be fine not upgrading it. The problem is, are they going to resolve it at all? Enjoy the lurk, Ekla. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 53 allies. We're going up against 11 enemies. And Dr. Derp takes the lead. Warforge is in second. Satoru is in third. And we're already down to one. And we're done. We've won. Dr. Derp is in first place with 12 assists. Warforge is in second, 6 assists. And Satoru is in third with 5 assists. We have Bomber, Warriors, and Rogues, which no one is currently claiming. So, Dex Karma has been robbed, Meow Meow goes to war, and Silver the Diamond Witch has been bombed. I get scrolls. And we move on to the token chest as the last battle of the day. Alright, well, it's going to be time for my Lancer. Can't really call this guy the baby Lancer anymore. And let's mark this. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. You need to get assistance from buffering. I am unsure what that means in this context. Oh, you need to get assist. Saint is the best one I find, especially if they are, well, you kind of want range in the battle, um, which doesn't seem to be in mine. Yeah. Unfortunately, my battle's not going to be good for that. Um, but yeah, buffing, I find the Saint is the best, is the most reliable one. You just need to find battles in which archers or range enemies are there. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 36 allies. We're going up against 26 enemies. And we are off with Bonska in first place. Silver takes that over. Tea and Cake takes over that. Darth is in second. Crispy Prop is in first. Cuddles is in second. Darth is in third. And let's see. Silver is in first. Crispy Prop is in second. Cuddles is in third. And with that, we are done. Darth, let me know how many, if any, of those assists you got were buffs. Crispy Prop is in first place, 6 kill, 3 assist. Silver the Diamond Witch is in second place, 6 kill, 2 assist. Darth Torlin is in third with 6 assist. We've got gold. Do we have a Dr. Derp? How about a blue or Swede? There we go. 1. Cool. Well, that would be your flag bearer. Then we have Musketeer that are not claimed by anyone. So Cuddles, get the Musketeer. And that brings the day to an end. Tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, placement will start for a moderate battle on the way to the scroll, then the skin, then the boss. So I hope to see you then. And with my writing done, I will raid Angst. So thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Breaking Step in the morning and Inner Discord in the afternoon. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you when I see you.